Okay. Shit. Boom, bam. Where are we? There I am. Look at me, handsome guy, so early in the morning. Hell yeah. Look, I don't have to be handsome to call myself handsome. If I'm not gonna compliment me, no one's gonna compliment me, okay? So, yeah. Fuck you. Alright, anyways, so we got 3 videos to watch. And then we're gonna go and start this. Or should we just start this? Yeah, we'll just start this. I'll do the reacts after. Because I will be taking a small break to eat at some point, so I'll probably do it then. Yeah. Ooh, way too bright, way too bright, way too bright. Alright, so let's start. Let us begin the next ship to sail. The 515 weapon. Ah, shit, I don't even need it, because I'm full 530, right? Yeah. Damn, that set is so good. This one, not so much. I wish you could just, like, remove... Yeah, see, like, I hate that you can't do that. It's so annoying. Like, I have to actually remove the glamour to see what the item looks like. I really don't like that in this game, but on that, enough glamour talks. Lumina, do you have some time to talk? Yep. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. And what situation do we find ourselves, young Alphino? Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? We shall. Oh yeah, forgot to make a preparation. What I need to do is EndWalker main story quests. I need to know which quest is which, like which one is the... Actually no, I'll just do them by zone, right? So it doesn't matter. It's only after that I need like the 8.1 and stuff, so it doesn't matter. You're not alone, and Walker, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. We're just doing it by zone anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh. Now, what's going on with this video though? I just hope it doesn't start during a cinematic. That's all I can hope for. But yeah. Let's talk, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephoroi. The Telephoroi stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith prevented for primal summonings. Let me just check the mic is working fine. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Just making sure sound is fine. And unless we find... Yep, okay. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. The usual. After what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern. We mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophorai are under the leadership of Pandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. That's a nice summary, nice quick summary of basically the end of Shadowbringers. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. During a reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the place into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophorai. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlan, I am sure of it. Master Fortunal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mrs. Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldassia and come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangement may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe yeah, 100%. Not away. Stoic nods, let's go. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Very elegant, very elegant. Not as good as mine, but very elegant. Hop, 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 hop. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlotte should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Schedule.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
You guys are so poetic.
In the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
No.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Beardies.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
But
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world.
just another day in the life.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound. No sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. Yeah, basically.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
I also tried to comfort.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hey, Hori Bulldog.
Hori! Coltine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
There's a lot of people going for to Charlene for some reason. Everyone has an invitation.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey! And please, please, be careful.
You know that's not in our job description to be careful, right? Ain't gonna happen.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Oh yeah, that's Emmett cell coloring.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Mr. Positivity over here. About as positive as I am.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
I wanna go on the ship, on the sail. I always enjoyed being like at sea
And
though.
there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Where souls and stars rest. My biggest problem with being like on a voyage or whatever is that you can't leave whenever you want. That's my biggest problem. I love being on a boat at sea and whatever, but it's like I just like, what if I just want to go and play video games? I can't. Kind of fucked. The best song in the game.
Here.
Ooh.
Feel. Think.
Look to those who walked before.
The day has
Will
barely
be
dawned,
those who
my fellow early
walk
riser.
after.
Though we're hardly
I'm getting chills, bro. That song is so good.
envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
Why would you hear something?
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Oh man, what a song. Uh-oh. Mommy.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
That's... I never liked this sentence. Why? Because she's a primal? Like, who cares, bro? She never did us wrong. Why now, if anything?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
No, not really.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am.
Yeah.
What Eidolon has always been. A primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish.
No.
The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Mm-hmm.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
The thing is, between when we created the character to now, there hasn't been any rejoining. Zodiac has not become stronger at any point. So how come she's still losing strength?
Oh, what a fine morning.
Or is it just because of all the primals? I guess all the primals, maybe.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Okay, Dad.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
I'm not gonna lie though, the ancients, their body is a bit weird. Like if you look, their neck is like way too massive.
Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Just ask the forum, kidnap one of them and ask them. Oh, actually, no, never mind. They can't tell you because of the enchantment, so it doesn't matter. Nice. To the moon, baby! To the moon.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Yeah, there was something like that.
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan's soil.
True.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Just your security.
It is true that, as a nation, Sharlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kran has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian.
Why are you talking about this here? Probably should have talked about this earlier, you know?
Order's restoration.
Well, if someone hears you here and reports you, know?
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Yeah, like most of the people here.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service.
Oh, was he a student Baldessian too?
I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons.
Yeah.
If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Mm-hmm.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
Next.
Now, who do we have here?
The Lavayers.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
Mm-hmm.
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Well, did they come home and announce it? Like, how did they hear about it?
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Oh, do share. Why are times troubled?
We shall keep that in mind.
Why are times troubled? I thought there is no end of the world coming of the
These
end.
last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventure by trade, artisan, champion. Artisan, supporting artisan. Adventure by trade. Champion of Erzia. Fuck it. I am hiding from who I am. Champion of Erzia. Fuck
And
it.
it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
This fucking guy.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it?
Nope, actually.
Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Don't worry. Champion of the first, champion of the world, whatever.
And you, sir?
Estinian.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
What is my profession?
If you'll allow me...
What is his profession? If not a scion.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning.
Shut up.
Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Royal! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Let us.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
These lovebirds. That was long. What's going on with the video though? Ah damn, bro, takes forever. Huh? Right, trial. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Hey, a good start. Kral sweeps the signs with this horse chestnut gesture. I'll check it out as a maybe it's a good glamour. Kral sweeps the signs with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what we have learned and how we might proceed. But this is Philbina and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you are dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? This is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Laveyure estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I think you're pretty welcome. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. And now it's just us. Out of Estinian, my services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary until we reconvene. I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh, no, she's hating on you, man. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you would have me. Come, Philbina, Sharlayan awaits. What's going on with my, No. What was it? Not... Was it Jobless Reincarnation? No. Worthless, maybe? Worthless regression? I think it was. Let's see. No, it's not it. Oh, actually, yeah, I think it is. One sec. Right, check. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Interesting. So why don't I have it here? Worthless regression. Oh, okay, I do have it here. Bookmark. Why is it not bookmarked though? Think, yeah, I think these two. Okay, here we go. Let's continue. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Here we go, the accompanying stuff. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Yep. Whoop whoop. Woohoo. And here we are at the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. Good. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was once one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charleon, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charleon when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Sprint with me, my good fellows. Da, 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 da. Hi-yo, hi-yo. Unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlotte stands at the forefront of teleportation technology in deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites. It allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charleon's largest marketplace. Let me just grab this guy real quick. Of rhythms and Very relaxing music. But I want a single for that part of the Endwalker song. The higher and higher. I want a single for that. Such a good song. Good, especially like that part. Go to the Agora where you can find wares made in Sharlan, as well as a side selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which is particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheroid Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. The hell am I even going? There it is. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. But first... We arrive at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nyankrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Lavayur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to the Baldashian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheroid Plaza? Correct. After you, Filmia. Yeah, before we do that though, let me just grab this guy and that guy. And eventually I need the Stadium too. Go from here. Let's see, what would they do if I jump down? They just appear? Oh, just run in the air. Oh, there we go. They teleported. I think I went a bit too low, by the way. Just a bit. Yeah, I should have just run straight. Where am I even going? Oh, this is the song when Hydaelyn dies, right? Oh, god damn. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorsteps of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I've brought Filmina and Raha with... Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Filmina. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Tsunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Valdessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kral and Graha's reports, so for me this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telophoroi fell. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap room's perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. and thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say that, yeah, gyms used to have nap rooms too, certain gyms, and they became sex rooms, so gyms started removing those. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Oh, damn, just barged in.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
By what?
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Okay.
And at the other extreme,
Observers.
We have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Wow, he's an extremist? Oof, we don't like that.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
It didn't seem like that to me, but sure.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Let's send our involved.
Unified our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Fair.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
The usual. Choose which area you want to do
Indeed,
quests
our
in first.
champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision.
Yeah.
Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
It's like standard expansion. I only noticed this later.
I shall
but,
continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Mm-hmm. Hitting the books, Kral is intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Yep. What's going on with this, dude? Like, holy shit, why is it taking so long to export? I don't get it. Right. And no gear? I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kral was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Confluence, thou sayest. Oh. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. Moonbrida was an authority on ethereology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last, as it had the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it is settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kitty. Kitty? Kite? Kitty? Kitty? Cutete? Cutete? Alright. We'll start with the Charlian stuff. That's like kinda the lease outfit. The chest pieces, maybe the boots, the leggings. Actually, yeah, the leggings were black, maybe. I guess kinda. Yeah, that's a crafter right there. 100%. Alright. You have attuned yourself to all the etherite shards. Ah, it didn't open the way to that place yet. Which would make sense. Why would it? My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlan's grandest collection of books and tombs. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Guba library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlan is free to enter and peruse its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I have dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alfina will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they have found some promising tombs. Happy reading. Good times. Ruination cinematic comments. Let's see. We like comments. Yeah, who cares about Lost Ark? I get sponsored by Guild Wars too, but I love the king. I do it as well. No hack, Mr. Sage. I love the king. Speaks out after shooting. Hits extremely close to home. Tyler 1 rage quits Twitch rivals. The whole Twitch con... It's back, man. I was watching some videos, like, bro, this is so cringe. The whole concept of it is cringe, I feel like. It's like kids go out to meet other kids that they watch on... I don't know, man. This whole, like... It's just so weird to me. I never understood it. Like, same with, like, going to see your favorite artists and shit. Like, I don't understand fandom and all that stuff. Like, it's so weird. Like, admiring another person to that extent. It's like, I admire someone's music. It's like, oh, that's cool, whatever. If I see him on the street, like, I'll be like, yo, man, your shit, I love it. Thank you for you know, for providing the entertainment value, you know? And it's like, that's it, man. Leave them alone. Fuck. I know, it's weird. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Nunkrep. Was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that. Okay, so this is the story of Noah. Yeah, Noah's Ark, but the danger has not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation, shifted the entire ship to safety atop some spine, refugees from surrounding... Okay, yep. It's basically a story of Noah. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thalik in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. That is Idleshire, right? Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idleshire. How to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire, this book does not appear to contain. Yep. Voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of the participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolution. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. Okay. Introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the sky above the contemplated mysteries contained therein? Speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Something the dome above us to be finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, the heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologies of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which governed that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift among imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Nope. Don't really care about that. I mean, it kind of has to do, but like, whatever. Forever 20 summers. Okay. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosophical study I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. Forever 20. Forever 21, forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend... Okay. Yeah, it's a nice life philosophy. Forever young. How many books more? Is this the last one? I was actually hoping to... Because I want to understand more about the Isle of Val. But it is what it is. Stewards of his wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Summer Calamity, Archon Yunkramp, founder of Charlan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising the settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlans took to heart the words of their savior and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon the foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlan would live by their founders' teachings for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Jajaba? Jajaba? What did you say? I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for search materials, specifically a thesis by Moonbreed, but it's difficult to find any one tomb in the library of this size. Yep, true. That's why the assistants are here, idiot. Idiot. Wait, before we continue, I really gotta pee, so I will BRB. crazy, crazy cat. Yeah, yeah. He's a crazy, crazy cat. Yep. Right. Sorry, are you waiting long? Very long indeed. I want to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alpine Kral should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion as far as I could see. No titles in the Archon stacks mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss home. You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Althena and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Yeah, what does your mom have to say about that, though? A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. On frozen seas, interesting. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? Yeah. For the past 50 years, yeah. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once did. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldassian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Tancred was taken in by Archon Liswa, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It's exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. Filmina more company should be arriving any moment now. Why did I click that? Silly man. Destination. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da da. Hey, it finished. Right on time. We have returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mrs. Kral has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research paper on the Umbral calamities as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Almarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Oh, fair enough. My thanks. Now, where do we begin? Oh, well, let me tell you. Okay, so there's this ancient civilization, and there was this guy, researcher, who was pro-life. He was so pro-life that he decided to end all life, because if some life can't exist, then all life shouldn't exist. So he created this Twitter bird, and then he sent it... Where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew high? A complete destabilization of creation magic. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. No. The worst kind of phenomena... Okay. Let's just be honest. There's no reason to not be. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until it did. The art of creation did survive. The present day we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Essen. Yep, that's pretty much it. It's not even the closest. That exactly is what it is. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with the keening sound from the land itself. Often I can answer this one. Ah yes, the Amorotians spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? And now Dalamud from the sky. Yeah, they summoned Zodiark. Correct. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vena and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We have seen what they are doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Oh, Y'shtola. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search for the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Geron oracles for its potential to cause panic and confusion. That tomb was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading Beauty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Well, well, shit. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Yep. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. A seat at the last stand. Ready for a tea break, Filmina? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. You know the last stand down the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It is quite good. As busy as ever, I see, however, Charlene, that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alice is now accompanying you. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Lavir girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. Huh, I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumors. Oh, thank you to leave me be. I have not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Filmina. An ounce of civility, yeah, basically. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Lavir. I apologize, but I work in the offices on the forum, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a decent excuse. Deacon. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Salize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Deacon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the stadium. That seems like an age ago. Now, I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? Nope. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. The age of the internet. Well, it is House Lavir. No matter how discreet Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Deacon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid, and that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? Then, few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea, I hate to ask, but what do you think? Sure, I'll play detective. That's fine. Nothing new here. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Tea, water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Omelette, Gisla, and a friend. Outside table. Behind them you should see a Mikati gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Oven-baked lobster, Mikati. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Okay. Tea by the water, lobster to the Mikati. Chatty group. Yep. Okay, that's the tea. The tea set. Ah, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafahu? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Asol era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Here you go, is your omelet. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Telophoroi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Propaganda, I tell you. Urbane banter with a smile. What's this? You don't need to butter me up, you know. I've already ordered one of the most expensive things on the menu. Fine. And still butter me up? Yeah, okay. Alright, fine. The oven-baked lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Now it's pretty big fucking lobster, so... The Found Days, this is the first I've heard of it, although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Oh. You don't know what the gleaner is? They are collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlan. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. I've never been this hectic before. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. We're running. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Gleaners. Interesting, they seem unaware of the Found Days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they have done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, the cup of coffee I promised. Thank you. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should be nicely out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
Did me?
Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
It's just yesterday.
Rahel said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps
Maybe.
it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Detective Alize on duty. Let's call this Labyrinthos, I guess. We should tell the others what we have learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Deacon will want his cups back. Probably. Da, da, da. Ba, 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 dee, da, da. Ooh, dee, dee, dee. Da, da, do, 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 da, 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 da. Confluence. Oh, fuck. That's for the Radzat Han questline. Ilzabard, whatever. Of rhythms and love. Na, na, nee, na, na, na. Oh, wow, bam, bam. Georgiou? Georgie? Ah, Georgie. Wat brengen ze je hier, Georgie? Welcome back, Famina. Been a walk and cleared your head, have you? Exactly, we did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense, the Gleaners take their requests directly from the institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden, significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtal observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Filmina and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophora is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, that have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we are lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. Yup. I understand not everyone is the studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Even walking, I'm walking faster. I wish there was a slash follow. It's pleasant here amongst the trees. I hate when games do this. Why is she walking slower than my walk? It makes no sense. Now we run. Try to keep up. Gee, what was the walk for? Again, try to keep up, but I'm running faster than you. Oh, thank God she runs the same speed at least. Yep, we cross this bridge, get it. I got it, yep. Up here. Keep going. The rostra, not far now. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Yep. Or a long time ago. This is the forum? Yeah, rust and whatever. Chocobo Keeper. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. A fake sun, nice.
Deep beneath the Scholar's City shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Oh, this place is huge.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
Seriously.
If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh or no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Did you call to me just now?
Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Hearing voices, Skryl? It's always a good sign. Bit of Alzheimer here and there, you know? I know how old she is, maybe. Alright, let's start. Oh, I can mount here finally. Dobbin. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no worrying at all, this mess gets dropped in our lap. Orders from on high, damned if I know the reason. Could be that they are changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Okay. Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be an item 1058. Cumin seeds 2059. Snurbleberry, I don't know, 1060, or were they 1061? Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Korthas carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? True. Very, very, very important. Ah, Erenville. That's the one. You're here to help or give me more headaches, because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Do you need me to help you with the marmots? I'll help you with the marmots, brother. You're a good guy. How do you like, Filmina? What else did the gleaners have to tell? Super busy, and a mess. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Filmina, I have an idea. Did one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. You wish to help me find the marmots. I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Trust in me. I got you, homie. The name is Erenvold, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagsian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scramping around here, so you will need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Are you? I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. I got you, homie. Homie. Chirp squeak. Hey, buddy. Hey. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scrambled off into the underbrush. Oh, no respect for your elders. For your betters. The hell is this though? Very cute. That's a troll? We have different understanding of trolls, I guess. Crag ritual. Oh, that's the. I guess. Oh, nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing to the trees. What a piece of shit, man. Next time, hit it. Beat it up. Step on its tail with your foot. And use the sack, obviously. Just hit it. Just hit it. Can you please react to the Lady of Heaven? What is this? Please react to the Lady of Heaven trailer. The film will be released on streaming services soon. Will do. Will do. Will do. Lady of Heaven trailer. Lady of Heaven trailer. I feel like it's already out, no? Lady of Heaven. It's already out, though. Yeah, it's already out, so I don't know. Lady Fatima. Alright. Interesting. Chirp. Yep. Enough of your shenanigans. You're in a corner now. Squeak, squeak. More prepared for its speed this time. I mean, it's also like stuck in a corner, so there's that bonus. These trolls are probably the cutest trolls I've ever seen. What's up, brother? Yeah, you better run. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. This guy works fast. I barely managed to catch 1. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Alright, here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They have held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitats. Oh, wait. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Put asked, what will you do with the arms now? I mean, the first question is kind of like, obviously, the forum. That's for the forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption, easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Flamina. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost mermaids? Interesting company you keep, friend? Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kral of the Students of Valdesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. This is why we made the descent into the Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyways, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosure to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we have confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the forum contacted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. Jesus Christ. And the Telophoroi declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Kral, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. Please allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. I do love how like katanas sit on the bike. It's just like perfect. It's like this bike was made for samurais. Oh, I didn't even know that if you draw out your sword, it would take you off your mount. That's cool. That actually helps me a lot. Boom, there you go. See, out of the... Behold, the Archaeon, as Numenon serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Knowledge! Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Chocobo Keeper. Thank you. Greetings, we are here to peruse the Archaeon vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners, then might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldassian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? Nope. That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldassian. Here comes the report. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Just jump down. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day and only now I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he is doing. Lest we forget. Bemused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around tranquility. and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal! Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What is this actually? Yeah. A burly researcher. Let's find my Gleaner buddy. Aaronville, what's happening? Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. I'll help you. You wish to help me with this too? You spent your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry is distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with the slipping dart. Green feathers, got it. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Don't worry, I'll put all the birds to sleep. Let's go. Yep. The usual. Quack, quack, caw, caw. Is the one? Cuckoo, caw, caw. Get fucked. Said green feathers, does a caw. Hit the right bird with the dart. Yeah, buddy. Or just put all the birds to sleep. Just gonna choke on fucking water, bro. Yay!
Fair shot.
A fair shot indeed. Thank you.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
It's a big bird. You can take it by the neck.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that Gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Sure, there's a reason.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a Gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Yeah.
What? Why would you say that?
Maybe a bit more
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates.
like the moon.
And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Oh no, that was enough. Information is good too.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Won't call it much of a climb, but
33rd facet. A mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day, sir. Good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Let's do that. I mean, I can jump. It's like right there. Northwest. To the west. Tell me it's right under me. Now it's to the south. Yep, it is right under me. Somewhere here. And I can't drop there, so... GG. Alright, fine. We're not gonna do ether hunts. It's waste of my time, man. Samantha seedling. Oh my, there are quite a lot of them. My, oh my. Quite a lot indeed. This must be it, the entrance to the mineshaft. Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, slavering, I don't know. We will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Sure. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. I know, man, it doesn't look like much of a tunnel you need to climb through. Just saying. Yeah, it doesn't look much of a climb. I don't know what they were thinking here. But fuck it. Use your imagination, I guess. Fuck. Ooh, we got Shoha now. Shoha 2. Hell yeah, brother. We got Shoha 2 now. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples or for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. The hell is that weapon? The fuck is he wearing? Alright. Destination unknown. Destination unknown. Known. Da, 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 da. Ah, now I know where we are. This is Mariel something. It's Mariel. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetations, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation method utilized in foreign lands. Ah, this is the infamous grape field, and it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable success might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabout, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the form's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about the useful clues. How should I do this? I want to just put more pressure on like that one spot. I don't think I have anything here that's like soft and stuff. Let's try this actually. Maybe this can do some magic. It's like a mini massage shits. Kind of like this probably, yeah. Let's try it, I guess. Whoa. Hey. Like if it doesn't stick too well, it's not gonna get the job done. Yeah, if it doesn't stick, it's a problem. Let's see if I have a different one. Let's stick a bit better. Yes, maybe. As far as sticking goes, should, but as far as the angle is the problem usually. Doesn't really stick well. The most annoying part about it. It's just a program. And this one doesn't seem to work, so turn it off. What's the problem with these guys? It's like, it probably work. That was a good time. Some of them just like hit decent, and then some of them just don't do anything. This guy. Nothing. I don't understand this thing. Also didn't use it too many times, so it's like shouldn't be bad. These are the rechargeable ones, right? Rechargeable. This is a battery one. That's the one I just used, I think. This one is battery or rechargeable? Rechargeable. This one should be battery. Okay, let's try this one, I guess. It's the one I didn't try because it's too cramped. Let's try. Let's see. Ah, there it is. Yeah, buddy. Maybe the rechargeable ones are just not charged. Look at this. Let's use this for now. Problem is it's kind of like falling off. Yep. The glue on it is kind of shitty. Okay, so the battery ones are the better ones, that's for sure. Though, honestly, I can probably recharge these guys. I feel like maybe that's the issue, like they need to be recharged. Where's my... It's the same as the headphones, so I can recharge them pretty fast, I guess. So let's recharge this one, see maybe it will work after I recharge it. Anyways, let's get back to business. I don't got a time to mess around. What is this? Jebki. Hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? You know. The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we have already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. True. That is not even an answer at all. Oh. Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Guts, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. I can imagine doing physical labor, bro. I can feel your pain. Are these the infamous grapes? Yes, they are. Rest in peace, grapes. Rest in peace. So what happened before, I believe they made each individual grape, which then caused problem with the FPS drops or some shit like that. Like each individual grape was like an item unto itself, and they combined them. And then they're like, you know what, like this is a big issue for the game, so they just made it as one big ass fucking grape. Like this whole thing is one item. What grapes are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it is native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territories, ever contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoenus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It has since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Stray onion. Should be here, right? There you are, you piece of scheiße. Hey, I got one. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste time on this, honestly. Stray Queen. God damn. Nice. Good jumping skills. Holy shit, we made it. Alright, some boxes somewhere. Stray tomato. It's the top of that hill. Why can't I see it though? Yeah. It's right up here, maybe? Still don't see anything. Ah, there we go. Jesus Christ. Look at this. Look at this. Those on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundle of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. What are these flowers, huh?
Hard to look away, isn't it?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Heart blooms.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
This flower does
indeed
play a big role.
While there is certainly enough activity to support
not to the Forum though.
That a priority has been placed on improving food production. Unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice.
What of the risk? The world's about to explode.
If you're not
Fuck the
comfortable
risk.
taking part, I can do this alone.
Well, alone, obviously, I'm voluntold.
I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now.
Chilly.
Every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
He sure is not in a hurry.
Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
He sure is not in a hurry for someone who says he has a lot of work and not a lot of time to do it.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Almost reach you. Reach who? What the hell's going on? Like, I know what's going on, but I mean, like, what the hell's going on with Kral? Kral's still feeling unwell. I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside. Okay, come, we can still catch him. Hold a moment, I have an idea. Oh yeah. Memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Funny Graha and his vanish spells were here. Ah, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? No worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Oh yeah. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfiguration status if you move too far away. Look to your map. Okay. Speak with your stall to restore or prolong transfiguration. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Ali Toad are now accompanying you. Let's go, Alfie Toad and Ali Toad. Rude, rude. Apito attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. I was that other bridge. Battletoads, let's go.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Bro, I need a break.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Very well.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
True.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Hard.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Such as 3 toads just standing there looking at you. Not suspicious at all. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed not inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we have discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Telophoroi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it to sufficient import to disrupt all Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. And just see that the sound is still good, because that would be annoying.
We can understand that your toil is
true. Okay. Here we go. The shit is about to go down. Whether it could warrant the direct involvement of the forum and the commitment of all its resources or recourses. Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation at this point. It seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kral for the moment, see what they think of this. Ribbit, motherfucker. At least he doesn't pull. That ability of the toads in like ARR, goddamn sound like they see you, they like pull you in with their tongue and shit. Oh, Kral's missing. Welcome back. I trust you found Ernville then? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kral, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. She is. Let me just run all the way around to get to her.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Another?
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Walk free, walk free.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
My children.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
Why are you hiding it from the others?
With my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
Yeah, probably.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked.
Nothing new.
At least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
As one.
You can't be serious.
So believe. Uh-oh. Is it their father? Yep.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Okay.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Mm-hmm. That asshole.
Operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine behavior? Give me a break.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Kinda goes against Sharlayan, huh?
Risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Oh, Grah. Fair enough.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
So I'm not supposed to kick their ass? Okay, fine.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
He looks tired as fuck, huh? Look how dark his eyes are.
But enough.
I didn't notice
Not
this
the
before.
place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Very.
The Forum will come to order!
Order. Order.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance.
Yeah, something that did happen, I guess.
Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian.
And we are associates.
These malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Yeah, we're trying to stop it.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
We're representatives of Hydaelyn, bastard. Have a conversation with your master, Hydaelyn, okay? See what happens.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
No, Galuf would be proud. She's pissed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
70.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Can't speak of the matter.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
So this makes more sense than in the cinematic.
Such misguided zeal.
Is it?
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
There you go.
Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Order! Order in the court! Order!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. May abide by it, or face the consequences.
But they weren't kicked out, so that's a good step.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Better than being kicked out, I guess. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. A state visitor. Oh. Gonna see mommy? Mama level you? I guess so. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? That's exactly why. Alfino, Alice, it is you. Mother! When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Yeah. A million Slavalier at your service. And you fine people must be the sons of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts awaiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Filmina, what do you think? Filmina? The Filmina Nikochi. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of yours, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Filmina, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Why can't we walk together? And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Mama, love you. Okay, they're gonna follow me now. I apologize, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad relieved even to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Filmina? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us to our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away? Childhood toys? I mean, never mind. The Lavallure estate is that way, straight down the stairs, come on. Yep. Millions. Shit, yeah, their house is the biggest by far. It's not even close. Is there even any other houses here, like, except for this house? Jesus Christ. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Mother Lavallure is the best.
Welcome home, my lady.
Little lordlings for sure. Man, I wish they would let us have houses like this. You know, like just massive houses, unique designs, stuff like that.
What? What are you gawping at?
Do you really want an answer for that? No problem, I'll give you an answer for that. Just admiring craftsmanship. Sand headquarters must seem squalid indeed. House liver is all. Sand headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
Yes, madam.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
I'll just talk to Mama. Mama Lavallure real quick. Well.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Jesus. Fucking fanboys.
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I couldn't sit while we do this.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
New outfit.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
The red and the blue. He is the blue.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Are pretty cool.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Easier to apologize than to ask permission.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
It's a good toast. Nice toast. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close. Pretty much covers all bases. You can't ask for more than that. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Enjoyed your time with the Leveilleurs, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret of the forum the secret the forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you have scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Complete. Wake me up before you go tomorrow. Yeah. It's right around the corner. Right around the corner. Okay, so that was all of these. Go to Labyrinthos Part 1. And I'm gonna paste them. Nice. I'm gonna make it a bit larger. Rhythms and then Well, now this is a rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Nope, that's not it. That is not it. Oops. This one. Cancel that. Do this. Delete. Thank you. Not to our knowledge, we are associates of Kral of the students of Baldesion. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Oh, you haven't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the live stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we have labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we have finally done it. We have created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need to not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. Still, it's pretty good. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherytes, one has been installed here in Sharlan and the other over in Yedlimad, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razat Han, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we are to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherytes were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It comes as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it is plain that you aren't most people. Haha, Mr. Skrull truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, our Master Wilfson and Mistress Bloida not present today. Oh, you didn't hear. They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No. Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. I think I'll call it Emotional Roller Coaster. That's what I'm gonna call that series. That is what I'm gonna call it. Hell yeah. Your channel. Let me just edit those real quick before the idea escapes me. Ta-da. One, two, part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6. Good. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright. Let's go talk to friends.
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
Thought he could already.
3.
Yeah.
I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travellers could line up here, please? Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Is it safe for all 3 of us to go together? That would maybe better to do it one at a time, I don't know. So our ether doesn't mix.
And one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
If not death, yeah. Wow, that is pretty damn far. Oh shit. That would have been quite that boat ride.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Khan. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
And he's fine.
What chance?
There it is. Just passed out straight up.
Against such an insidious foe.
Cat jam. Let's go. It's all curled up. It's coming back. I thought it shouldn't affect me though, since my ether cannot be manipulated and shit.
Faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Look at the Rianji.
Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
I guess I'll have to go find him. Good. I am okay now. Oh god. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Fuck, but where did he go? Has to be there, right? There he is. Oh god. The coin. Save the coin. Oh, fuck. I knew I should have just teleported with the... It's not like I'm very good with coin either. Yeah, there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. By the Manusia, a traveler. Greetings and welcome. You're wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra lassi, made with only the finest of precious ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnir, I am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and using gesture deny that the deal is fair. 19,800 gil. That's a reasonable deal, isn't it? You must stand before Estinian using gesture. Oh my god. How about I agree? Okay, good night. No. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me. Ooh. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 balls. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Oh, good. Here, a ball for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Am I still puking though? I feel like I would be still puking. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Almost there. Ugh, made it. 3 dots. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to the fine fruits on this land. You were, in time, excellent. You have spared us Tatarus. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Or Iasi. I'm back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Tavernarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. 9,400. That's incredible. There's not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. What do you mean? It's not common for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Are all Hannish merchants so unscrupulous? I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. Let's go with that. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Radzat Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this land. Over time they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hainish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted to the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzat Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant, doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye, we have not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedilimad? Oh, I didn't attune yet. Excellent, we didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Determination and vitality. Okay. Da, 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 da. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Filmina, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Alright, gonna take a small break here, gonna grab the food. What I did want to check was, let me check my mail real quick. Not for the spams, of course, as always. But, see if someone... See if I have email on my YouTube account. No, okay. No one wants me to react to anything on my email. Right. B R B. Okay. Here we go again. Back in action. That was a nice foot break. And let's turn on the sound. Boom. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Is land with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Gina Lil. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Khazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Khazal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Abdi. Well, now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a red side in these unsettled. Yeah, I swam here, brother. Rare sight in these unsettling times. You'll have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunayr. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Oh, there it is. There's the entrance. Khazal. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? Should be mad. I don't know, but yelling me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we have been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Ah, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hainish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Khazal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Nah. Here to solve problems. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. Matsya. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Khazal. It seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Said Elephant Man. Whoa. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You want to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I am Matsia, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he is free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Let me check something here. Oh. A minion. Filgia. Which one's the Filgia? Oh, it's the dragon. See, I don't really like the dragons in this game for the most part. Like, the big ones are okay, but like these ones are whatever, in my opinion. Yeah. Anything else here though? No, right? Just the Filgi mount. These two, Clockwork Cerulean Chaser, Clockwork Cerulean Crimson Chaser. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say that I care too much about these guys, to be honest. Unfortunately. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world, helping people. Then that must mean you are great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead, and show me how it is done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedilmad. I will observe you and learn. I feel like this quest kind of like... I feel like there should have been something else other than me trying to sell this guy's fish, but whatever. Maruna. Sup, Maharuna? Yes? Fish, I got fish here, fresh fish, straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away, had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? It's too risky out here. Maybe you ought to move to the city too. Well, I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. No place safer than the city, of course, but if everyone up and left, what would happen to Yedlimad? Dangerous though it may be, I'll keep doing what I've always done, to the extent I can. I understand. Were it me, I'd probably carry on doing what I do best. Alright, best of luck to you, sister. What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Well now, a fishmonger, do you have your goods with you? If so, I'd like to buy some. Like me, you're doing your part to keep things normal. I respect that. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeed in making a sale. Make a personal connection. Of course, they're making sales a lot easier than what they are in real life. Just because you're nice, courteous, and like Seem to care about the other person doesn't mean that person will give a shit about you. Nashreen. Taya has yet to arrive. Be sure... Oh, shit. Oh, there he is. It's right there. What do you mean yet to arrive? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Rush Mamra. My fresh fish is the only thing you need. What do you need so many Amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. That's how you gotta be. So you sure you're actually hungry? I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit. I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oh. He ain't happy. Never mind, if nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the... What do you mean, bro? What was that? How would the other one be? Are you sure you're actually hungry? Oh, maybe I'm not hungry, therefore I don't want to buy your fish. What kind of logic is that? I know how you feel. I was also hungry until I got this fresh fish. That's where I was going with that. What the fuck, man? Bajama. What is it, if you don't mind? I'm rather busy. Oh god, my stomach. Ugh. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Fresh fish will sell your stomach, and mine are the fresh of all. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Never mind, we just approached him at a bad time, and timing is everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Oh, they fixed it so you can actually mount now. He just disappears and reappears. Nice. Oh my god, that's a fantastic change to the questing. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kazal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya? Kazal! Have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. Sorry, Matsya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kazal. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage, somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care of the road. To be honest though, at least he's not gonna have a problem with food. He can still catch fish. It's warm weather, so, you know, like, he doesn't really need to, like, pay rent or anything. They can live on the beach. Kind of. Live like the Californians, you know? I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovered disappearances and kidnappings are distributingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers, and as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryl's acquaintance, incidentally. It is settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Da, 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 dee, da, da. Oh, where'd you come from, big boy? You don't see Matsya. No shit. It's a big elephant. Are you guys related, or have you guys seen Matsya, Mr. Gaja? Hmm. Did not see Matsya from here either. No, leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsya's voice. The fuck? Woohoo! Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You're about to get kidnapped, my boy. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arkasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see, that's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. It is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. Why Zot? House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Not that 'tis for no other purpose, but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? Oh, you've come all the way here to save us. Really? To think I had you paddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge, and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Wonderful, just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. What did we just say about not walking alone? Fucking elephant man. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Venerian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hainish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods. Like as not, as you said, we'd do well to study their religious traditions to Akiali. This is all still level 80, right? Jesus Christ, level 80 is long as fuck. This is a big boy. Holy hell, so muscular. Matsya. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kadnga and old Hasveida. They're free at the moment as it happens. Kanga. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most won't fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and Murga, being of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Okay. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Ha, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Okay. And then they became one. There you are, learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. Yep. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are minutia. Yeah. I know what animal this is. This is an elephant. This is like some bird. What the fuck is this? They're minutia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sinduruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right, in the middle, is the middle sister, Sinduruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders amongst her followers. And on the left is Minduruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped by different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the minutia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arxadora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. Do you worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radzat-Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that, if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to see. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it is time we sought out Kral's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kral's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Isn't he in love with Nidana? Did you say you're going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding, and did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. I'll try. I will try. As hard as it might be, I will give it a fair shot. Somewhere here, I guess. Oh well, oh well. What's so great about this work? Oh. Oh no, we're too late. Everyone's dead. They're tired. Yep.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Uh-huh.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Oh yeah, go for it, brother. Little brother.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Back to work.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Oh.
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted.
Bro,
The end to our toil is near.
I wish I was this passionate about any work I've ever done, ever.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise.
Except maybe a bit of blood.
Should we find a quiet place to talk?
Yeah, let's do that.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Bim, 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 bim. I'd like to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kral herself is tied up with another investigation, Filomena is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Would make sense, right? An external force that acts kind of like the blessing of light? Oh. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talismans. Soon we will be ready to conduct the field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose? Perhaps so, and knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as per your task, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. Sure. In that case, Urianja and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Varshan says, good luck with the test. I shall remain here to assist the other alchemists. Okay, Mr. Not Dragon. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capabilities. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken deepa's lead and try not to fall behind. Reading ether, please stand by. Please stand back. Reading ether, please stand back. Ready to discharge. Test subjects. Warning, discharging ether. That's cool. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test, please. Please follow. I don't understand why we need to follow it, though. You are struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding confirmed. Resulting test, please follow. You're struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject portrait rated. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Sorry about the strongest blast of ether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Ah, you have returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the deepa off your hands. Take it. Thank you, I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Yep. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we are Sodara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Of course. I mean, you're dead. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Jump, falling, taking damage. I may seem to be imagining it, but I feel as though we are being followed. Look out, Filmina! Gods, but that gave me a fright to think that the moment I venture outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters, I ask you to come with me. You're alright, I hope? Easy peasy. Good, good, let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. The happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Oh.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
You can tell me of the satrap. Do you trust the satrap? What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
Jasura.
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Fucking humans.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
That's not bad. Can only work with small communities though.
Is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years.
It's a very small government type of
And it was the
governing
satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
Good.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Ratios. Ah, hello.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that
Owen?
man's name?
Owen?
Oh, something. Owen?
Okay, so that's where the hint.
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
That's why he knew it was Ammon.
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
We got a dragon on our side, so
Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I love that you can start hearing the actual Van Daniel through him, the way he talks. Those connotations, you know, the accent and stuff. You couldn't hear it when he's going crazy, but like now you can kind of hear it a bit more. And I, you know, it's like, and I am my own worst enemy. Yeah, like that kind of like the vibe of the talk, which is very similar to how he talks in Elpis, I guess. So, which is very different to how he was talking up to now, very crazily and stuff like that. So he was finally authentic. Let's just say it like that. I have enough spirit with to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I'll just teleport. I ain't a bitch. Where's everybody? Let me know my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we are that little bit closer to completing our talisman. And this isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. I mean, it isn't anything at all, actually. Not that it's not much, it's nothing at all. Didn't see the thing. You're both back, excellent. You're both back, excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem the stores of a giant skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Don't mean although I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Sure. Leave it to me, Mr. Errand Boy. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of hamsa, Mistress Nidana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. He ain't afraid of being kidnapped. Why would he be, eh? Hot, it's cold, it's chilly, I'm sweating, I'm itchy. Varshan. Here are Hamsa, Filmina. If the creature looks familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa has long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make the outpost. Make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Let's go. You're ready, then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let's be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. Dum 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 dum. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is, Jesus Christ, called Gadga, a word which means sword. Legend Halls was wielded by the Manusia against the Murga before it was cast down at Conflict's End. This. To the left and inquiring introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. Bitch, it's on the beach. And here we are, men by the Radiant Host. The outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since he took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. That's how you do it. Wherever he may be now, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Filmin Nikochi of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Next, an idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We will be glad for any tidings you can share. You two bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. It's not a bad armor set. Imuri. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they are the ones behind the tower and that they have declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. They want destruction. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and meet only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yup. Kinda. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Yep. You wish to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We are safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water, and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? We beat the shit out of the primals. Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Who is this? And why is he there? Oh, it's a player, okay. That makes sense then. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radzat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I am afraid I cannot guide you to the rest of the way. Where not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Oh. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsa dashes off. This is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zainua. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemist, you say? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Complete. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we are grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Da, 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 dee, da, da. Welcome back, Filmina. There, hope you have the Giant Skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Taskmasters.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
Usually how it would work.
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
Yeah.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Depression.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
Yep, big true. They become a nihilist.
Is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Yep.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth.
Yeah.
Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Damn, bro. Fucking psychology lessons over here.
Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
Yeah, seriously.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Hey, look who it is.
What is it? What did you see?
And Daniel?
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last. Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Go. Let's do it. Ouch. It hurt me, it hurt. Why you hurt me so? This is a rather finer boat than I expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Sure. All the way to the entrance. Where are the monsters, though? No defenses? Daniel took them all away.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Why are you walking so far behind her, man? Jesus Christ.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
You went a bit too close, woman. Also, I should have been a lot closer. It's a pretty big tower. Just say.
Oh, there we go! Oh, there we go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
It's a cool statue.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
Give it back.
The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
This fucking guy.
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two, yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me. At your service.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend. Our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
Yep.
In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war.
and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures.
Yeah, change will happen regardless.
Life, but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Very kind of you.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades.
Thanks. This will be fun.
We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
I'll be back. Yeah, man, nihilism in a negative light, you know. You're returned, but where's Mr. Snidana? Manusa preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Oh, fuck, I thought it didn't make it. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So I was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you want to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. No, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Yes. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Yes. Yes. As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. Now they're motivated. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contribution to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. What? In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radzat for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. We'll finish the stream after the dungeon, probably. Tower of Zot. We gotta finish editing some of the videos and then also hit the gym, and maybe I'll do some React content, but I will just record it rather than do it live. So yeah. It should still be about in an hour and a half, probably something like that. God, I wish I could play fucking all day every day, man. There's so many other games I want to play. Probably after I'm done with Final Fantasy, I'll start playing those as well. I want to check Nioh 2, even though I didn't play Nioh 1, so, well, whatever. I think I have Sekiro 2 to play. I have Devil May Cry. New World. See what the big deal is with New World. No, not the giraffe. I will not be doing patch content though on Endwalker until all the patches are out. At least not on this character. I'll do them, but probably like offline. And then this character I'll do them live. Probably because spoilers and all that stuff, right? So, Varshan, all present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Not a problem.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radzat.
One way to put it, I guess. When does Hythlodare start being in the conversations?
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
So we saw how it used to be, I guess. That's cool.
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others.
Pretty much.
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
He is the satrap.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed
humans
all
every time
drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
Ah. That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radzat Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padelthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Yep.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm, or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse. Nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Leaving the door open, probably not ideal when the curtain is up, by the way. But yeah, you know, we'll do whatever. The meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlian and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zod. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Etherite here before departing, unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. There's nothing to attune to here, though. I attune to those two, sure, but not this one. And I can't go down there, I believe. Yep. As I thought. It's so close. Alright, well, I attune to this one too, right? Yep, alright. Let's go. Time to do dungeon soon. Before I finish this, gotta pee. Be right back. Yay. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we are back in chilly Charleon. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now that everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Okay, okay. In the dark of the tower. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Yep. Cinema time? Cinema time.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful.
Oh yeah, found the dragon and, you know.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses?
Fair enough.
Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
These guys are masters of
the core, and the tower ceaseth to be.
reverse logic, or whatever it's called.
Without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Sure, I was in the right group.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan.
Good time to experiment.
What remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
What if I was a sage, though? What if I was a healer?
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Science to the field of battle. Da, 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 da. I'll just do it. Yep. Up. Yes. I can. The front wheel never touches the ground. Bro. Mr. Archer, let me tell you, if you're this close to the target when you're shooting, you're already fucked. You should be like 10 times away from this. If you want to be safe. Ah, a friend of yours, yeah, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission to the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we had readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to you to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Bum, 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 bum. If this is the future of aether travel, I think I'll stick to boats. She got sick, didn't she? No warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should still call you Vershan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. Been waiting for this day. I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the science brightest star, after all. If everyone's amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Delmina and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. So I need to choose from these 4. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Tower of Zot now accessible. I think they changed the how they write the dungeon names. Alright, so yeah, so that's exactly how it would be. Okay, no problem. With other players, Tower of Zot. 6 minutes, not bad for DPS. In the meantime, I want to log on to my mobile game and do some of the checkpoints for the day. Yeah. Yes. What's this connected to? Yeah, seriously, what is this connected to? It's this guy, right? So why is it so tangled up, man? What? That's better. Honestly, I should probably connect it to the one over here. Should make it a bit easier. Oh, whatever. Ooh, nice. Ooh, nice. Very nice. I'm getting a rune. Oh, even good too. Getting some crystals. Hell yeah, brother. Like crystals. What I need: HP and Jesus Christ, probably the one I hate the most. Light. HP. Where's that light wolf I have as well? There he is. Then we need this guy. Boom. Bing, bang, pow. Okay. Free scroll. Let's go. 25 crystals. Let's go. Okay. Ooh, not bad. We'll take that. Don't need that. How about this? Nope. Shit. Nothing there. Nice, still leveled up. What level are they now? Maxed out. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Checking. Ooh, bro, this guild is the shit, man. I joined some really good guild. Holy shit. Good. Collect this. Oh. Hell yeah, let's go. Alright, before that, Lich King. Let's send the Lich King guys then. Boom. Fight arrival real quick. Oh. There are the 3 bosses right there. Big pull, please. Oh shit, somebody's happy. Somebody's trigger happy. Pull all. You got it. Well. This. There, they woke up. I have never seen them wake up. That's kind of cool. Woohoo! Oh, wrong one. But I love the fighting music in this expansion, though. It's so good. Oh, what the fuck am I slowed for? That's the fire. Oh yeah, sick damage. Let's go, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Of course, double samurai. Of course we have sick damage. Samurai damage is fucking crazy. Woohoo! Woohoo! Fuck. The greed got me, bro. The greed got me. Fucking killing it, guys. So the last boss, I never understood the last boss in this one. It's such a mix of abilities. It's basically just dodge everything, kill one of them. Well, I tried. I don't know why I always have aggro, though. I'd rather release. I don't want to have sickness. Sickness is just so much worse, like I won't be doing any damage, so... Yeah, they're still fighting, I think. Yeah, they're still fighting, that's fine. Ooh, another coffer! Hello! No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. All three sisters. Is that a ring? Yeah. No mobility. No mobility. Fuck, what am I doing? What did I get hit by? That's some bullshit. Oh, that's from the previous one. Never mind. I don't care. Hello? Woo-wee. Woo-hoo. Oh yeah, buddy. Yeah, hey, it's a dark Urianger. Look at that. A dark Urianger. Woohoo! No accommodations, bro. Did you not see that save? Wow, you guys suck, man. Fucking saved the run when the tank died. Everyone, for some reason, always has aggro on me. The way I ran out there, perfect.
Is everyone all right?
Doing fine, I think.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
There.
This is the core we seek.
It looks like a core, yeah.
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
That's what he's good at. A man's limb.
That should be the end of it.
Kral, you have the best balance because you're so short. How are you falling?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
That's gonna be taxing. Make everyone fucking fall. Slow fall. I'm not in combat, so I can't die from a fall. It doesn't matter. That's a lot of people.
What happened? Where are we?
Where indeed? Probably on the island where it stood? I don't know.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Yeah. I was just a bit tired. Holy hell.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
Yeah. Restekpa, Graha. Restekpa.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Can't we just give him some ether?
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. There'll be much change for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
All of them?
I have every faith in you, Alize. But there are just too many for you to treat alone.
Yeah. A bit much.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Yeah. What's happening?
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
How the fuck are you gonna do that? Need a lot of carriers. Each one of them probably weighs a ton. Find her? Hey, our alchemist friend. These towers are literally like the towers from the Matrix. Imagine all the people who consumed them just go into an alternate universe and shit. It's part of the Matrix. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzatan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you have had a moment to catch your breath. Yep. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle? Right. Varshan bade us come to Magaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and the Sin should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen. Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Magaduta. And to do the Feol greatest hits. Feol greatest hits, basically all the hits. Best voice acting in all of Shadowbringers. What's up, Jamel? Jamel. Bling. Radiant Guardsman. Let's go, buddy. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require direction to the city, the sentry station, the fountain, atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Can we just free roam now? Though I have been to Radzatan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Just don't think I can attune to the Aetherite yet, right? Mrs. Filmina, I presume I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Magaduda, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in... The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzet Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, and then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Okay, nothing there. Pretty sure I still can't attune, right? So I'll try anyways, but I feel like I can't. Yep, current message on the base. This is temporarily disabled. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, I won't go there yet. Heading to Magaduda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship, we have business at Magaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple. Really ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Sin, why are you running so oddly? I wouldn't say oddly, like the sprint is kinda okay, but like it's like he's trying to run silently kind of thing. Greetings and welcome to Magaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Sons of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
There we go. My mic
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
I take no fall damage if I'm not in combat, Gra. It's fine.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzatan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oof.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Do share.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
For once I'm not crying, I just have an itch and around my
We must take our leave, but please do inform
Forehead.
us if we can provide any further assistance.
eyebrows. That curtsy on the Lalafels is so weird. Well, I mean, Lalafels as a whole are weird.
Prithee, a moment.
Oh? What's up?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Garcimer and I have crossed paths, yes. I have not spoken with your father in some time.
In accordance with the covenant he forged with Hydralin, the stewardship of this star hath ever been his purpose. Silence in the face of thine actions is the greatest sign of his approval. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's wheel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
Why are you making shit harder for me, man?
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Damn, bro. Thanks for the words of encouragement. Yeah, but it's true. Wherever I go, my friends die. Where's Harshifanti? Yep, where's Harshifant? There he is. There's my boy.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
It's like you know what the last quest is, man.
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Yeah.
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must
Oh, God. Yeah. All of us have that history.
overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
That horn for a nose is definitely not comfortable, man. It's like he knows how the story ends, man. So, what were you and Richard talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Color of Joy. Oh. Lieutenant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. From here we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I would say what mini shards I'm not attuned to on the map. They'll probably help a lot. I mean, I know I have these for sure, but like, still. Where the street turns, when the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razat Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyways, let's see where this door takes us. Tum, 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 tum. Oof. It's more like, since I am here, I might as well do the Aetheryte shard, you know. You know how it is. I'll just teleport here and go up. Um, 85. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. We're lost, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yep.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Well.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Why can't we just spread out?
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Jesus Christ, the fucking steps. Holy shit. What's up?
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
Mm-hmm.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Makes sense.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You saved Havnir from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yep.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions.
Different form of energy.
Created, nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
It just changes forms, basically.
The only
I
thing
think.
observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
Willpower, basically.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
Certainly.
But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Oh yeah. In real life too. I want to just fucking go through this story like non-stop. No sleep, no nothing. If only my schedule allowed me to. But alas, gotta hit the gym. And call it a day. BRB. Okay. I think that would be it, yeah. On this, put that with all of Elzebard or Radzat Han stuff. Alright, this is also... This is part 1. Da, 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 da. Okay, so I'll finish that, and that would be it for today. Finish this quest. Da, da, dee, da, da. Oh, I go too far? I think I have. Are they just outside? Oh, there she is. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Tancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Philmina. Kral has apprised me of your recent accomplishments, one amazing feat to illuminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice, clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating dayform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Not gonna have a sudden visit from Ardbert, right? It's like, leave that in the past.
Take heart and protect them well.
Oh.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Yeah, that's the problem with burgers. Fall apart. Gotta eat them with a toothpick inside of them.
Invited Estinian as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Our lone wolf.
What?
Sigma male.
To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Yeah, I want to see that happen.
An excellent
Gra's face.
Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
True.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Quile, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
Oh.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
See.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
Who tells me that flower's called Elpis flower? Is it Hythlodeus?
Seemed to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, after a fashion.
Yes.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Ah. Makes sense. Too tall for me. Not easy being Mikote. Are pushing on until dawn. Shall we call it night? You do know these are my quarters.
Why else did you think we were here? Surrender to thy fate, O champion.
Sold out by my own friends. Nice green light. Green of happiness, green of livelihood. What is green? Oh, Mr. Badass in the flesh.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No.
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Jesus Christ, bro.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
See, like, people say that it's like Xenos is like, I wouldn't say misunderstood hero or anything like that. Misunderstood villain. I would say it's like, listen, I'm not agreeing with him, he's a fucking psychopath, but it's like, this guy finds absolutely no joy in life. He finally, after all the time he was alive, he found joy in his life, and that was to have this insane, amazing, whatever fight against us, against my character, right? And like, that's all he wants. Like, there's absolutely nothing in life that is interesting except that one fight. So yeah, so he would risk everything to have that. Imagine you're living life and it's like all of your life is like completely meaningless, but then you find the one meaningful thing. It's like, would you not pursue it? Let's not say if it's like good or evil. Let's say it's good, right? Let's say your purpose in life, you found it to be like, I don't know, helping others, and you would spend the rest of your life helping others because that fulfills you. Well, in his case, because it's a psychopath, is literally to fight me. But in order to fight me, he needs to create a lot of chaos for me to even want to fight him. Otherwise, I would just ignore him. So again, I would say it's not that hard to understand him. Obviously, it's like everyone has to suffer because of his ambitions, but it's not that hard to understand him as a character. I also don't think he was poorly written or anything like that. I heard people criticizing Xenos, like, oh, it's such a boring character, he's just a warmonger. No, he's just a thrill hunter because nothing in this life is thrilling to him, right? Yeah. Not feeling sorry for him, by the way. It's like, I can't be on that level. I can just understand it from the sidelines, but obviously I can't relate or anything like that. But yeah, and that's what it is. Again, that'll be it for the stream today. We'll continue this another time, hopefully tomorrow, but let's be real, most likely Friday or Saturday. Anyways, that's it. Thank you for watching, and peace.